Good morning. I'm having a bad hair day on IRT, apparently. I'm not exactly sure what the hell is going on here with it, but welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Usually everything's kind of quiet and normal, but today, not so much. Okay, so this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I don't multitask very well, so I came up with a plan that I would use this. Oh, Jesus, now my book map is having a drama. What the hell is going on here? So no. But anyway. So what I'm doing now is everything that I am watching is copied on my captured on the video for my two primary screens. This is Bookmap and this is IRT. I'm trying to do two things at once, and I already told you I don't do that very well, so bear with me. So the and then my voiceover, this narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. I trade live futures data over here with AMP Futures, funded account with my money in Bookmap, and I trade any kind of back testing or whatever. Well, IRT is busy being upside down here apparently. I don't know what to tell you. IRT is my charting package, and any trades that are taken there are, or forward testing is for vetting setups, because I only trade vetted setups. So IRT doesn't even want to respond at all. Let me, it's got the whole goddamn computer tied up now apparently. Let's see if Bookmap is still going. Looks like it is. Well, it's a great day to be a great day, huh? So let's get on with, I hope I can continue this story. Let's start with, first of all, let me say, this is not for financial or trade advice. I'm not qualified to do that, nor do I intend to, but I do trade live, as I said, here on Bookmap, and I don't know what's going on with this damn thing. And IRT is my charting package where I will do things like back testing and forward testing. I'm trying to get this thing to come right. So I'm going to move away from this as fast as I can, and hopefully things will maintain where I can get through this pre-market and onto the open. And then, take a breath. So here we are at, why is this not working? Panda, be careful. I'm trying to do something now. Help, Dad. Don't just meow. All right. So this is not my way or the highway. This is my virtual trading journal. This is what I'm doing now. And I really appreciate likes, subs, and contribute to the chat. What do you think is going on? That would be super. So let's move on now to the numbers out today. The first, we've already gotten the majority of the numbers over the hump, and that is, this is investing.com. It's my first news source because it deals with typical traditional economic events and numbers. CPI, unemployment rate, Michigan number, jobs stuff, factory orders. You can filter this for anything you want, as with Financial Juice, any reports you're interested in. And notice that the event title turns to a URL. So if you don't know what core CPI is, you can click that button and find out everything you want to know. There's, we could also look for reports that are coming out next week, earnings reports, etc. And it's free, obviously. That's why all these ads are floating around here. This is Financial Juice, which is my other source. And it's got two basic functions. This is a calendar function, as is investing.com. But it doesn't really have good links to other articles. And one of the things that I do appreciate about Financial Juice, typically if there's going to be some random thing that pops up, you know, Trump's going to give a speech somewhere, or Bessent, or somebody like that, that could possibly disrupt our auction and present a risk to our trading, it will show up here. And that's really important to me. And then the right side of this column is more of a squawk box feel. So I'm trying to think about what these problems are in the background and get this going at the same time. Let's try to look at the pre-market here, I guess, if we can. This is Bookmap. You can see this is my blue boy, I refer to him as. It's just nothing more than a vertical line. And I put it on the first print of every session. You'll see that there's the first print of yesterday's RTH, and this is the ETH. So when I glance left and I see that line right there, I know that from here to the active data column, this is the entire overnight session so far. Here was that burp at 14, about 418, about possible peace in Ukraine, and here's the CPI. Now, we still have Michigan out at 9 o'clock, so be aware of that. Let's see if Investor RT has got its act together well enough to get back over here. It looks like they might have. That's a good thing. So here is our overnight so far and yesterday's RTH. We are now just barely tagging around on the at the highs of yesterday. Sorry, I'm a little distracted here. I'm trying to figure out what exactly went wrong with there, what's going on with the data. Anyway, notice that in IRT, the first thing that's important to point out is the header of all the charts has the chart name, which is meaningless, but the instrument, the chart type, and the periodicity and the session. This is the MES, or the micros. This is the micro NQ, micro ES, hi Panda, micro ES, high profile or micro composite chart, and this is the ES market profile. I don't switch this one back and forth between micro and mini. I also track the same configuration over here on the for the minis, but since I'm trading the micros at this point, let's stick with this. All right, I'm going to hopefully save all of this, and it's going to work. So let's see what happens in the micro composite. Well, again, session header, the chart header, that's the micro. It's a daily candlesticks, and this is the RTH session. So each one of these candles is a day, RTH day session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. You see up here now, this was yesterday, day before yesterday, this was yesterday. Now they overlap, so this is the new micro composite in my world. This is the way I do it. Whether it's right or wrong certainly can be argued, but this is consistent. Notice the red and green lines. They are the high and low volume nodes, which are generated, and they're just the high and low volume nodes of this micro composite volume profile. Those red and green values push to Bookmap. So do the session prices over here. See what we're doing for volume, just out of curiosity. Holy crap. 49% volume. Wow. That was, as you might have guessed by my reaction, that was kind of a surprise. I'm going to post that up to my colleagues in Static. Wow, that's amazing. So let's get over here and look at the Bookmap now. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Book map. As I said, blue boy. And here we are. There's the report. Now, columns right to left. The dome, the order book, the ladder, whatever you want to call it, prices, and these are resting liquidity. These are limit orders in the book providing liquidity. They haven't traded. They're just resting here. Now, this liquidity at, $1.17 at the 80 handle had been in there for a long time. Will it trade? Maybe. Will it pull? Maybe. But that's what it is. And that's the heat map displays these graphically. All it does is display graphically the values in the book. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values. Yesterday's POC, the micro composite VPOC for coming below us and up here. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. You see now that we've got the ETH high is way up here based on that report spike and the low. These are the delta and volume profile for the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The statistics column, which we'll deal with in a second, very important to me, and these are session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And I share these with anybody from 1700 on Sunday night until 1600 Fridays free. Just drop something in the chat and like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the URL. It works in the Cloud Note columns and on the chart. So, yeah, notice that there are no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There's only price. I try to keep it real simple. Price, data, volume, probabilities, or statistics. That's basically it. I have a POC for the full session and the volume and the RTH session. POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, 4174 is the amount of contracts that are the most amount of contracts at this price at the 62.5 that we've traded all night so far. The minute one of these prices, like down here, turns into 61.75, this is going to move there. It moved from here up just a minute ago. Simple. There's an ETH mid. I don't know where the rest of these went. There's a, something's really weird. I'm not seeing my VWAPs or anything here. Something's going on crazy with this data. I don't know what to do about it, to be honest with you. I'm going to just keep going here. Next, let's look at the statistics column, which is important to me, and I do it every day, starting with determining the statistical open type for the day. Only two criteria. First of all, there's the previous high, and the previous close are right there. So if we open today, right here, right now, where would that compare to the previous close? It's higher than the close. How would this compare to the previous range? Well, I hate these days when we just flip back and forth around it, but at the moment, we're lower. So this could be, at the moment, we're in range. So at the moment, this is higher in range, and it could change in the blink of an eye based on news, a quote, anything else. So I changed the column title, and I do that purely for selfish reasons, so that when I look at a stream or a screen snap, I know the open type, and that gives me the statistical open type, and that gives me a lot of data. Next thing we're going to do here is delete the statistics from yesterday, because we're going to go get some more for tomorrow. And I'm not sure what the hell is going on with these prices and stuff over here, to be honest with you. I do not freaking know. Huh. And something has really happened here. I don't even see VWAP. A VWAP. I don't even see it here anymore. Something has truly happened in a not good way. I certainly didn't delete VWAP. This sucks. Okay. I'm going to have to deal with that, but let's get on with the statistics first of all. The statistics come from this study. We've just determined, this is IRT. IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after we open. We've just determined it's going to be higher in range likely. So the way the study works, the computer looks back at 1,714 recent trading, the most recent 1,714 trading days. Of those days, we opened higher in range, 528 of them. Where we opened 500, higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Overnight volume point of control, 80.7. Boop, and there you go. That's as tough as it gets. I am really puzzled as to what the hell is going on here. Do I need to shut this whole mess down or turn around, or what do I need to do? I don't know. Let's get back to the next one and just go down the list. So there's the point of control. Here's the mid, 74.6. Overnight mid, I'm suspecting is right there. No, that's settlement. There we go. 74.6. I really don't know what to tell you about this issue with the platform, what happened to the VWAP, where my price lines are, which I don't see here. They should be associated with these levels. Something is really up. I may have to restart the whole shooting match here, which is going to be really disappointing. I'm going to continue on here, though. The overnight high is a 74.5. Overnight low is probably a good one. It's 49.2. All right, I'm going to leave those for the statistics at this moment while I figure out what the hell is going on with the rest of this stuff. And I can safely say I'm not sure, which is not a good thing. So stand by one and let me just give a look here. I'll be on mute for a minute. All right, the next thing I'm going to do right this minute, first of all, is everything else working? I guess I'm talking and the stream is streaming, and shit if I know what else is going on. What I'm going to do now is the thing I do every morning at 8:20, which is the TLab snap, and I'm hoping that that's working all right. I don't know. Oh, do boom. No, it's what the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who's a professional trader from way back. I think he started in 1980 or something like that. You know, plenty of time, 46 plus years. And see if this is working. Yeah, it looks like it is. And he is a, oh, what am I doing? I can't even think. So every day at 8:20, sorry about that, I post this snap, which is just to give all those folks in there who do not have similar charting, you know, an overview and a bunch of numbers. I was quite active in there and really appreciated it. You know, appreciated the info and the feedback and stuff, and that's why I feel a sense of obligation to contribute every day. About 6 a.m, I do a post with the numbers and the reports, and then every day at 8:20 I do this. Now, it is a Discord chat room started and maintained by Bookmap, so obviously they want to sell you something, Bookmap, right? But you'll never be solicited for anything in there so far that I'm aware of. And as I said, it's led by Tom B, and he is a professional, got many, 46 years experience. Way back when he was a, money manager in Series 6 or 7, or I don't know those things very well, but he did those things. And it's a Discord room. Now, he doesn't call trades, nor does he trade live, in a stream or something. So if you're looking for that, it's not the case, but it's a good crew of people and good advice and good risk management and philosophy. So it's I feel the need, or I feel the obligation, or I'm happy to contribute. And actually the stream kind of comes out of a suggestion from Tom there that, focus on your trading, your market, narrate what's going on to improve your trading instead of yucking it up in some, posting all over social media or something like that. So this is what I'm doing. There you go. The Traders Lab, Tom B, Bookmap Discord. I don't recommend any of the other Discord chat rooms because I haven't been there. So how could I do that? There you are. Now we're getting ready to open here in about 7 minutes, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly what the hell is going on and why this crap all went pear-shaped. I'm going to save this stuff right there, and I'm going to restart Bookmap to see what's happened with my VWAP and all these other things. I'll put you back over here on IRT. I hate to do this, but I'm going to. It's a learning event. It's Friday, baby. Jesus. Hopefully I can get this down and back up again before the open. And if not, well, guess what? I didn't. What are you going to do? Shoot me. You can request your money back here, of course. Oh, no, wait, it's free. Yeah, we're going to try to start over here and see what happens. Let's hope that something does. And I'll pull all of that data back in, which is, I'll show you here in a second. Seems like we're getting somewhere. So here's the startup process, going through everything. And what I'm going to do here pretty quick, let's see if I can get, nope. Sometimes you can get a deal where it's going to offer to download Cloud Notes. And sometimes it doesn't. I have never figured it out. Let's let this preload up here. I saved the space, so it should do what it's supposed to do. Want to let it load all these, whatever they are, whatever it calls them, events. Once that's through, I will delete the data and pull it back, and hopefully we'll get what we're supposed to get. And if not, well, it happens, eh? It's Friday. And of course, it's like everything else. You ever notice how stuff in your house or your car always breaks on Friday afternoon? You know? So, so repairs are double, or you can't find anybody, or whatever else. That seems to always be the case. Nothing ever happens on Monday morning when you got the full week to deal with it. It's downloading the events. So in the meantime, I'll try to continue on with the pre-market here. My feeling at the, assuming this data is all correct, this is the RTH, and here we are, right? And it's popped up here on this potential Ukraine and potential whatever else good news. What does that say to me? Well, there's the open. What are we doing? We're 100%, essentially 100% long inventory overnight. We had no corrections or profit taking or liquidity sweeps or anything else. So what do I suppose is going to happen on the open? I suppose we're going to get some responsive selling to take profit, be my guess. And then we may just fall back into the same old wait and see attitude, just, holding on every word some whichever politician, the politician du jour has to say. So let's see what we got. Damn it. Let's see what we have. Well, we've got 3 minutes till the open. Now, what have we got going on here? We don't have anything going on here as far as VWAP or anything else. That is so weird. It was right here. Right there, actually. Now it's completely disappeared on me. What the hell that's all about, I have no idea. I'm going to now do a thing that I don't like to do. Well, actually, it's 2 minutes. I'm not going to until after. Yeah, Jesus, I better do it before. And I do it so infrequently, I have to stop and think about how. Wait a minute here. What are we doing? Refresh book map. Refresh and clear data library. Boom. Now that's just wiped out everything in the history there, and it's going to pull the whole thing back up again from the get-go. Let's hope it comes right. I have no clue what happened to. I can guarantee you one thing. I did not delete VWAP. And I also don't see some levels that are pulling should be in the session prices. Oh, this is what's wrong. Look at here. The IBs are way down here outside of yesterday's RTH session. It's ridiculous. Oh, no. That's correct. This is the IB way below us down here in the 21s. Because this is what happened yesterday on, oh boy, we're going to, let's put on a play. Okay. That's had me stumped. Ooh, I'm showing you something you can't see. Here we go. Well, I think we probably just opened, or almost. There we go. We did open according to this thing over here. So let's see, where do we go now? Open just in time. I'm going to do something here that I need to do to help myself get going. And that's 200. There we go. Well, maybe 150-ish. What do we got? 120s, 140s, 185s. Okay. I'm trying to keep this down to a minimum number of just high values. Now let's slap Blue Boy on so I know whether I'm foot or horseback over here. Oh shit, wrong screen. Sorry about that. 8:30. Ooh, boop, 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 boop. Right there. according to this. That's Blue Boy. Now, we're in at about a minute. If I'm looking at the next thing I need to do now to try to get my line, oh, there we go. Lines to a line are, is, whatever, however you say it. I need to set these to full session, RTH session from full session. This keeps the session prices like the developing, the value area high and low and the developing value area high and low, those values. Hey, Antonio, what's up, dude? Having all kinds of weird shit going on here, stuff going on here with data. Looks like I have it sorted out, but check your end there, buddy. Bom dia. Tudo fudido. Tudo fudido. Viernes. It's new, huh? Okay. We got legs coming out our bags over here, so that's understandable. We were down to an unbelievably low. I don't know what it is now, but a minute ago when I checked the volume, we were 49%. Maybe it's picked up a little. Well, 47, not a hell of a lot better. That is another way of saying this is caution, Grasshopper. That's assuming the data is correct, which it appears to be. That's mega scary. Mega scary. And I don't like this going on here with all this noise. Well, there's a dollar. There's a dollar high on our prices, or a point, I should say. I don't know why I say that. Here's our open. There's IB high, low, IB high. That's a good thing. Our statistics are in there. We're doing pretty well there. I didn't get this previous close. I'll try to backfill a few of these historical statistics because obviously it's not cheating because they are already set in stone. Here's our open type. I just refreshed. This is our open type, so we got that right. You can see the difference between these blues and the blacks, text color. Whenever a level or a statistic has been achieved in this current RTH session, IRT changes the text from black to blue. Previous close is 69.6. I've been having all kinds of weird things going on. I don't know whether it's, God telling me to stop doing this or what. I have a real interesting, I'll talk about it a little bit later. What else we got to do here over here? Open. We didn't have a gap. Did we? Open in a gap? Wait a minute. There's our open. Where's the RTH? Let's get over here to... I think we might have opened gap up just by a whisker. Or not. I don't guess we did. No, we just, look at how close that is. There's the open and there's the previous high. It's too close for government work. And now we're going to sell off, I'm assuming. So I'm going to back off this story over here to about 150. That's a little better, I guess. Trying to keep these lines pertinent, but not all over the freaking place, And where the session price lines went, I don't know. I'm only seeing a couple. which is pretty weird. The VWAP has got me really puzzled. And also really disappointed because oops, sorry. Well, in order to be able to trade this mess, which I would be really cautious about, I need to activate the multi-brackets over here. And this is where I implement the risk-neutral methodology. Quickly, I'll just go through this. Typically, this is all in the pre-market. The minimum size risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be even number, 2-lot. Then you determine the stop loss for the package, and now is obviously not the time to figure this out. Should have been long before we open, but there we go. Then we have the T1 target, or the first profit target for the risk neutral package, is automatic. It's for half of the package size for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and then there's a runner. And there can be a gazillion different kinds of runners, as many as you want. Next, you can also use Execution Pro, which has a whole, you can do many things like, you know, trail to break even on T1 or whatever else you want to do. I'm going to keep that off for now. Close that. So now the next thing you need to do with Bookmap to Trade is activate the trade control panel. Which I almost forgot to do something here. There you go. What's going on here? That doesn't look right. Okay. The trade control panel. And that is, wait a minute, 1T minus 8 or something. Okay. Trying to get everything lined out here, and I'm wondering why I've got all these issues. Anyway, you have to choose a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place is the chart column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade is the dome columns, and both is, yep, both of them. Now, I have these metrics here, which are normal. I have also reproduced them up here, and you can turn them off or on. That's up to you. I've selected both. I know it's the 2-lot risk neutral package. I don't need any more of these trade control panel tools anymore because I've already got multi-brackets. So I can re-click the button, stays green. I get the real estate back. I get cancel and close. And now I could trade, assuming that I figure out I want to do that. And I'm not sure. Hey, Panda. Yeah, I got things to do. Antonio's here. Yeah. Yeah, he's here. Want to say good morning? Morning, Antonio. Huh? Okay. Okay. This has been quite the interesting morning. So what are we doing? Besides not having the session price levels, which is pretty weird. And I don't know exactly why that is. Let me see something here. Export data. Okay. Export data. Let me see something here. This should pull up the lines, I think. The next output, the way these session stuff works is this is the export data, which exports to a CSV file, and then it's converted and it's pushed to wherever. In this case, I push them to the cloud notes, and I also push these line. You see they've already updated. I push to this line indicator tool. All right, so everything seems to be working there. I just got notification on my phone that the litter robot is working, so I guess everything's back to life. Okay, Anton, what's up? Antonio said, "Bon dia to Pandita." Yeah, little gordita Pandita. Yes, she did. She's looking at me like, "Stop laughing at me and give me some more food, you Nazi." Food Nazi. She's got to lose weight. She weighs like 20 kilos. She looks like a freaking bear. I don't want her to, and it's my fault. I don't want her to die early. She's a really great cat. Oh, such is life. Anyway. So the session prices are back and are doing everything. Looks like Bookmap is okay again after that, whatever that drama was. And I still do not have VWAP. It has seemingly disappeared from my world. And I am so... Am I missing VWAP here? Does anybody see it on this? Anybody see VWAP over here and I'm missing it? It ought to be right up here. That is too freaking weird. Let's see what happens with manage add-ons. VWAP install. What the hell is this? How did that? What happened? Okay, I'm so excited. How did it uninstall? Well, now you know what's going to happen. No, maybe not. Yeah, it's not pulling correctly, I guess. But let's see if this is working right. This is what it had always been, and it had always worked properly. So let's see if we're getting VWAP now. We're getting VWAP, but not calculating properly for RTH, which has been the case, and I can't explain it. I'm tired of talking about it. So I'll just do this every freaking day. This is supposed to be set and forget, and one time it's going to happen. Now this should recalculate. We ought to get VWAP starting at the open and lining up with this boy right there. What a deal, huh? Isn't that cute how that works? Jesus, criminy Christ. Save the workspace. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of that going around. Same here, too. What a complete cluster. Okay. Well. Well, we're way past the any of the opening range things that I've been watching because I thought it was more important to get, to get this stuff back in business, which I did do, and save the hell out of all of this. I don't know what happened. If you weren't around, which I hope you probably weren't, there was an error, Bookmap threw an error, VWAP disappeared. I don't know, who knows. Had a big hiccup with IRT early, just before the open this morning too. So I'm assuming that probably the common denominator between the two of those is rhythmic. So maybe rhythmic, took a shit for a second or something. I don't know. Let's pump this up to 200. It's got to be good. Well, that work? That's a little bit light, huh? $175 maybe. That's pretty good looking, I guess. I'm trying to figure out how to dial this in so there's just a couple of pertinent levels, instead of a bunch of nit-nat crap. And that looks pretty good. Because I'm not interested in all that. I want to know what liquidity is. I don't want to know about 30. Look at this. There's a whole shitload of them within 15 points of each other. That's probably not a good. As far as I'm concerned, that's not really liquidity. That's just the depth of this book. Wow. All right. What else is going on? Let's see what happened over here. Okay. I don't know. I had a real interesting thing happen last night. I was trying to do some what if testing, and one of the things that I've noticed is several people that do various trades that we talked about yesterday, I think. Yeah, it is that it happens on the NQ. So I just switch my back testing stuff from MES or ES to NQ. Nothing. Doesn't do anything. I've got to figure out what the hell is what. That's absolutely not supposed to be the case. And this is, in case you haven't explained it, come on. The way these work is, first of all, we need to get that turned off. There you go. This is Asia high and low, London high and low, and the red is New York or Chicago now, our RTH period. And this is the opening range. So we've got a 11 handle opening range going on there. I don't even remember whether I have this sent to this chart or not. I was dealing with so many weird issues this morning. Yes, it's going over there. Let's be sure that since all of this craziness has happened, let's shut that off. Let's save the hell out of everything. And send to the chart. This is the opening range, right? Yeah. Okay. Fence trade. Okay. And let's do this. And wait a minute. Let's do this. I'm going to keep this. I will not plot these on a regular, continually, because I don't like the lines going all over everywhere, but it's now saved to show the stop and the T1, and I will now get rid of those two and turn them back on. But if it takes a trade, there is the first breakout bar. Let's see if I can. I think I'll just end up with a lagorama here if I try to move these around. Okay. Well, if I could get this thing to work right, I would. So how this idea is supposed to work is as follows. Opening range. Bar opens inside the range, closes below the range. That's the breakout. Trigger, which we didn't get. You could arguably say this was the trigger because the idea of the trigger is that it, and this is a code issue, bar opens outside the range in the direction of the breakout, wicks back into the range, and closes back out of the range. And I've added the context that close is lower than the open. Well, the guy that I picked this off of or got this idea from, who I've talked about, as far as he's concerned, if it touches the bar, that's okay. Originally, it had to penetrate in the bar. Well, you know, this discretionary, okay, maybe when you're looking back in, you know, rear view mirror trading, you can say that that's fine with you. But when I'm trying to back test a strategy to find out if the damn thing really has an edge or not, there's no discretion involved. You know, it's the computer doing the driving. It doesn't make this call. So now, of course, today, if I took that as, if I change the code from greater than the low, opening range low, or equal to, like here, this would have been a short, and it would have shorted. The entry would have been at the close, and we'd be past T1. Those are the nuances about vetting a system, which is hanging me up backwards and forwards. And I tried to, I think I mentioned yesterday afternoon, Anton, that the guy always, his examples are always either the NQ or the Qs. And so that's why I was trying to switch this to the NQ, and nothing happened. It was the weirdest thing, even in backtesting. I don't freaking know. Well, there's a little outlier. There's that pop at, well, we're going to have peace everywhere, and now we're back down to 4 again. Something that I need to point out here, which I hope I did early on. Yeah, look at this shit. This was 43% a minute ago. This is 49% of average volume for this time of day, and we're down at a 3-point handle. So I'm going to slap that over on our friends. And see what they have to say about it. Okay. Harry just pointed out, and I didn't see it anywhere. I'm not sure where he did, actually, that maybe here. Oh, yeah. U.S. negotiators to ask Iran to release detained Americans. I didn't know there were any detained Americans. I don't. Somewhere Harry had posted a thing where American and Iranian negotiators were to be meeting all day today. Well, that could be. Oh, here we go. This is where he picked it up over here. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Right here. This is where he picked it up. I guess because that's what it looks like. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Back to what's not broken. It's not funny. Well, there's that responsive selling I was talking about in the pre-market. So yeah, I'm a wizard. I predict the market. No question about it. And now I suppose we're gonna probably, we've taken some profit. We're probably gonna trade back up or at least open auction. But in this environment, who the heck knows what's gonna, all it takes is one tweet or one something and this shit happens over here, and this happens. We still haven't come back to these singles at the 30s. Real light volume. I suppose people sitting on risk, waiting to see the shoe's going to drop on any of this war story here. Okay. Jesus Christ. Seems like a lot of work here today. Why? It's supposed to be Friday. I'm supposed to be just, I'm thinking drinking. Actually, I don't anymore, but I can tell you there would have been a day when that would have been top of the list. I lived in the Virgin Islands, among other Caribbean places, for a long time. There was a bar in St. Thomas, in Charlotte Amalia, which is the city of St. Thomas, on St. Thomas. Down around the Frenchtown, there's a bar called the Bistro that's open 24 hours a day. I'm talking the 80s. And every morning there was a group of guys, working guys, construction workers and stuff like that would go into the bistro and read the newspaper and have a Budweiser at 5:36 in the morning. Coffee was not allowed. And then most of the time they'd smoke the morning one out in the parking lot and then they'd all go off to work. You can imagine what kind of productivity that was. And the surprising part is, I bet that stuff is still there. And now, whether those, obviously the actors have all changed, but whether those habits are still the same or not, who knows? But I bet money the bistro's still there. It's been there forever. Restaurant 1812 was upstairs from it. And Barbary Coast was across the street. And, Frenchtown, baby. Yes, sirree. Well, we're looking at 64 to 82 so far on the initial balance. Right off of settlements, they got that check settlement just tagged out yesterday's high volume node and the POC, and up-de-doop-de-doo we go. Does any of that mean something? I don't know. That's an observation. Here's the Michigan number. Excuse me. Well, I guess everything's working here okay now, finally. I don't know what that was, a flurry of who the hell knows. This is a job for something to eat, probably. Well, kind of. But of course, because it's the POC, it's the most traded price. So a lot of volume hit the tape up here, and now we're just slamming around down here. Yeah, and mid as well, or RTH VWAP, actually. Yep. What do we have lurking about down here? We got a lot of stuff down lower here. Oh, man. That wasn't much of a hoop-de-doo off of that Michigan number, was it? And factory orders also. Actual is nothing. Sentiment prelim. I don't think any of these numbers are good. I've noticed one thing. I don't know whether it's just my paranoia or whatever it is, but have you noticed that the forecast is always way, way different, and then that sets up the actual number, even though it's lower coming out, beating forecast. I think that's one of the new techniques our friends back in DC have. Something else I've noticed, guys and gals here, whoever's lurking about, first of all, like and subscribe. That's really appreciated. Drop something in the chat also. Thanks for coming by also. Friday the 10th also. Have you noticed how Tulsi Gabbard keeps her nose out of the news? I mean, you never see anything about her, which is something I expect from the head of the NSA. But in the basic, behavior of the administration in general back there, it's kind of unusual. Also, haven't seen the bug-eyed Sprite for a while. I don't know what happened to him. Okay. I never got along very well with the footprint chart. It was just in my opinion, if yours is like what I'm used to, it's just essential of it's a dome on every bar essentially, and that's those numbers are not easy for me to read. Plus, and you got to read them diagonally from the bottom left to upper right in order to get the spread right. And I'm certainly not saying that it's a bad tool to use. I'm just saying it doesn't work very well for me. It's like the dome. I have Jigsaw Dome, which is probably one of the best out there. But a table flying around with a bunch of numbers doesn't do me a lot of good as far as trading goes. I'm just dyslexic enough to where that's just turns into number soup. And this is one tight little mother here, huh? And of course, all it takes is that we have a tentative agreement or something's going to happen in the Ukraine, and you have to turn your monitor vertical in order to see how high up it goes, or the other way around if they, blow up something. And Israel keeps blowing the shit out of everybody around them, and Lebanon and everybody. And what happened to all that thing about it was part of the, ceasefire, and everybody was upset day before yesterday. And now it apparently doesn't matter anymore. The news cycle is so short, I can't even, I have a hard time understanding it. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool. That's a different footprint than I remember using it before. I guess this is working. I don't know. I'm assuming that everything's kind of calmed down and is happening correctly here. Volume is mega light still. Don't forget that. Come on, you son of a gun. That's pretty cool. I forget what they call it here. Trail of intentions, I think, is what they call it in IRT. I don't remember. I'm just happy to have Bookmap back to normal. Get my VWAP back. Daddy wants his VWAP. Okay, let's have some rock and roll here. I think we get some headbanger music going on here. Maybe not. Little Malcolm Stewart. Well, what was all this folderol here? This must be Michigan. Yep. Interesting that they think inflation's going down and consumer prices are targeted way up. I thought that was correlated. I noticed that Greenland and France, and I suppose will follow suit, EU countries are chopping off Microsoft and American tech. Did you notice that? And another big one that don't quote me on these numbers, but France withdrew and took back to France, I guess, all of their gold from the depository in New York. First time in 100 years any has been removed, supposedly. And it was a shitload too, like 149 tons. Imagine 149 tons of gold. Yeah, I think the world is really fed up with the clown car. And it's a real shame. It's amazing to me. It's actually scary. Now we're gonna extend the waiver allowing sale of Russian oil because of this. Maybe that was the whole idea, part of the whole idea, that this whole thing with Iran. So that's interesting. That's gonna piss off a bunch of boys around here. Hey, what the hell? What do you mean crude's going down? No, I don't think Microsoft will go away, but I think Microsoft is way out of their lane. This Office 11 and all the telemetry crap they're taking, and if I could figure out a different operating system, I'd do it in the blink of an eye. I'm over it, None of their freaking, the replay or whatever does a screen capture of everything you do and every keystroke every few seconds and sends it off to wherever in the cloud. Doesn't strike me very well. It doesn't sit good with me. And I've been using Windows since the first Windows. So, yeah. And I use Windows 11 now. Still have Windows 10 on my old, machine, but it's, how much longer I'm going to be able to keep that up, I don't know. I don't think things like, I don't know about Bookmap. I'm sure that IRT doesn't work with Linux, or I don't even think I'm pretty sure IRT doesn't even work with Apple OS, iOS. I think you got to use a container or one of those emulators, I think. And I could just be talking out my ass. Yeah, France has chopped it off completely, and so has Greenland. And because now apparently there is a relatively equal competitor to Office. I suppose maybe it's based on Zorin. I don't know. I didn't even read the article enough to know what the underlying is, Is it a distro with the Linux kernel? I don't know. Quite obviously, if you're gonna get rid of all that telemetry and all that stuff that's being stored in the cloud, a lot of stuff they were talking about in what little bit I read, like, let's say you're a government and you're using their stuff, they're keeping all the sensitive, even at some point, security sensitive data stored in the cloud, and in the fine print. We'll be happy to give it over to the government, the American government, whenever they want to look at it. I don't know whether that's true or not, but if I was a foreign government, don't think I'd want to go that way either. Well, let's see. Enough of this conspiracy stuff. I'm starting to sound like a Rush. You're going to call me Boomer Limbaugh here pretty quick. And then we have Hag's Hat. Okay. What a guy. What a guy. Let's see what's going on over here. Well, if you want to be a market profile guy, value is overlapping so far. We got a doji or a doogie or a stoogie or whatever here. Still got a damn lag going on. Well, that's pretty weird. We haven't gotten to the IB yet. So let's take a think about that. There's yesterday. Over here, I need to shut off a few things from all the restarts and crap. There we go. So this is the initial balance. Trade system, which I have vetted and tried to replicate best I can, forward testing wise, and to repeat pre-market, because that was pretty confusing for me for sure. Any trades or tests that are done in IRT here, trades, etc., are in the IRT simulated environment, because I'm not comfortable or confident enough in my trading skills to take these algorithmic ideas to the next level. I have no problem doing this backtesting story, or well, I thought so, until I tried to change the instruments. That didn't work out very well. But for this thing to just, me to stand back here and, use Tom Zachary, his analogy of an ATM in the basement, turn this thing on and go surfing or whatever else it is and let it trade my own money, I'm not nearly confident enough about that. So what I try to do is, as the system is watching the trade, see a couple of lines down here, which I got to change actually. That's not the one I want. Anyhow, this is the live data from IRT. In IRT from Rhythmic, pushed by AMP, same data that's driving the live trading account on Rhythmic. On BookTrap. So what I do is when a trade fires over here, I replicate it best and quickly as I can on Bookmap. And yeah, it's as inefficient as it sounds. And I think might have had something to do with the drawdown issues in that structured environment. Let me see if I can fix this now. Boop. Boop, boop. What I'm going to do is turn off they will be just not visible. Oh. I don't want those lines zooming all over everywhere. Notice that the pullback and continuation zones down here have not started to plot yet, and that's because it's not 930s. The initial balance statistic only becomes active at 930 by definition. And what is that? Well, so happy you asked. It is the most probable statistic every day in each of the 4 open types. That's why a lot of people, including me, watch it. Comes from the market profile days, I believe. And all it says is that after 9:30 Central and before 1600 Central Time, each trading day, there is a greater than 97.4% probability the price will revisit the IB high or low at some point in that period of time between 9:30 and 1600. That's it. That's the statistic. I have it a little bit different on my trading system, just a little bit more of a criteria involved, but that's all it says. At sometime between 9:30 and 1600, price is going to go, hey, what's up? To this level. That is the statistic. Nothing more, nothing less. But, stop and think about it. Today, 97.4%. That's a 2.6% probability that it will not touch either. That happened Monday. There is let's give you some idea what these trading sessions are like. There's a 30.6% probability that it will tag out both of them. Guess when that happened last time? Tuesday. So yeah, crazy. It's been some pretty interesting trading days. But there's such geopolitical, important geopolitical things going on, and such radical handling of them that it's understandable to me. And here we are back over here. My, look at us go. We're going out of yesterday's range by a little poke. We at least looked up there. I don't think I've noticed it, but there was somebody complaining about, and now in the latest update or something, Microsoft has now implemented ads on the start menu. I mean, they've switched from a service provider to a just an ad generation, revenue generating ad thing, I guess, and telemetry, which I'm sure they're selling to somebody. I guess. Just reading your "Do I think Microsoft will go away?" post up there. And so here we are. Welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe. Chat. Drop something in. Say this is cool. This is stupid. What are you doing? Here's what I do, and I make $1 million. One of the things that I'll get back to that conversation about the this opening range thing here. Interestingly enough, I zoomed down through the guy. Like I said, I did check. It posts it every day, I guess. Well, I made this today, and these two trades. Never in a live trade. Always rear view mirror, looking at trading view, saying, "Well, this is where my indicator showed that. This is where it did this." But when you look at the comments, which is always interesting to me, thank God you saved me. This is the most fantastic thing, you know. And I don't. Looking at the guy, the man that's doing this thing, the owner of the channel, he doesn't look like the kind of guy to me that is savvy enough to be spoofing a bunch of, comments and things. Maybe I'm just stupid, but you know what I mean? It looks like there are really actually people doing commenting like that. So I don't get it. So it's working for some people. Good for them. That's great. That is great. It hasn't panned out as far as I'm concerned. If I do a back test here, it's not anywhere sort of meaningful. And here, now the way this, to take it one step further, the way this would work is there's, there was no signal because there wasn't, this didn't penetrate. If the wick had gone through there one tick, that would have been a signal. It would have taken a trade. Then the system, per the rules, sets the stop in the middle of the range, and then the first take profit is the risk times 1, 1R, and then the second is R2. What I've done that he doesn't talk about ever is that when R1 is achieved, the stop trails up to entry. I thought that might help. Also, it doesn't. Also, I added the context idea about the signal candle. So I think both of those could be considered improvements and wouldn't be any kind of impediment to the success of the system. But who knows? right, here we go. Maybe some sustenance. Get some pistachios and some homemade dehydrated mango. And about 3 minutes till that world famous initial balance trade comes zooming into view. And that would be this trading system. Pretty quick, we'll see these levels start pushing here and they'll go across the book map. And this is it, so we'll see what happens. It's such a tight range, we can easily keep $1 high here, 1 point high on the price ladder. And what we're still looking at 81 to, 20 handles. Give or take 19. With this sort of a balanced profile, the suspected initial balance trade would be the IB failure, which is just attaching an initial balance handle to the mean reversion trade. Outside in, as opposed to an initial balance continuation. But of course, we have the initial, the overnight high just up here, and 380 contracts laying up here calling. And all these things are so, as with everything in trading, I try to say every day to point it out. Every tradeism, every saying, every rule about trading has, has two sides, and they're both, so it's always just a zero-sum game. It's basically a random environment. What you're gonna do is go up, it's gonna go down. Why I try to lean on probabilities, because it seems like the only way to make any sense out of it. What was we're already long past it, but I'm curious what the previous high was. 58.8%. I'm doing these things just for the sake of the recording and the stream. I'd like to have the statistics as accurate as possible in the recording of the stream and the bookmap recording of this session. For one reason, when I come back through and at some point, if I happen to come back and replay today for some reason, I would like to have the statistics be accurate. What's one I keep forgetting to do. The previous POC is 67.3, and that's right. Where did that go? That was right here? Yeah. That's been hit already, but put it in there. And there I had my flag over here in the high volume. You get the point. We got about 21C here today, boys. Looking like rain, apparently. Oh, I didn't even notice the IB is active, and we have just satisfied the IB stack per the basic statistic that everybody watches. It is not a signal on my system to trade here, because my signal wants the market to be trading into the line, not coming down from it. And in this case, we close. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm sorry, backwards. Never mind. The reason I'm looking at the wrong bar. This is correct. Open is lower than the close. I went through the statistic, but the previous bar is not. The previous bar opened higher than the close, so it was waffling. Yeah. Is that nit-nat granular? Yeah. But the only way to properly and systematically decide, determine if that's a criteria that should or should not be removed from the system is to run a back test as the system is now, then change that specific rule, and then run a back test again. And if it makes a difference positively, then you can consider it. That's how I understand this is supposed to be done. Is this looking at this on the surface, is this a 3-bar reversal and an IB failure? Looks like it, doesn't it? Sure it is. And there would be, and it's an IB failure, IBF. I'm sure somebody's, all the different places around that know about that trade have taken it. It isn't as it's coded by me, and I'm saying that's my way, right, but I'm saying that's what it is. And would I have liked to gotten short at 81 and been down to 76? Why not? Excuse me. And is this a bar trade now? Here we go, Anton. Oh man, I didn't add that couple I saw yesterday to the, I can find that and show you here quickly in the stream maybe. Yeah, I did the snap here, but I didn't get it put together into the page correctly. This was Jorgensen's contribution yesterday. So there's the breakout, retest, up she goes. Same thing over here, and a couple of people said, yeah, well, if he didn't really take this, this is hindsight, he just said, yeah, well, if you'd have been watching the market from the start, you would have never taken it or something like that. But this looks pretty clear to me. It seems like what I understand. The big question that I have, as I always have with that trade, like the initial balance trade, the VPOC migration, why wasn't this the retest? And I believe, as we've discussed, that the idea is it's the outside edge and it's tracking back to the POC, which is the only way I can say it. So because context was certainly down, here's the open, context was down for the morning. This consolidation, breakout, retest in the direction of the context, I don't know. Goddamn confusing. This math is hard, man. This is hard. I thought I was supposed to be filthy rich. Get a couple of dozen screens here and a fancy mouse and be rich. But that's a mean reversion, isn't it? Mean reversion is outside in. And there's always going to be resistance above various price levels and stuff. I think, isn't there? But yeah, I mean, I didn't get it into that Google thing yet, but I got that far and then I was tired. Now what are we doing? Well, there's a breakout. There's a bar. There's a bar. Breakout, retest, again, breakout, retest, I guess. Mean reversion, or you want to listen to Tom's ideas that there's, not enough meat on the bone because there's too much range requirement is not met, which used to be something I had as a hard point in my trading manual journal, and maybe that's plan, and maybe that's the thing to do. If there's not a clear, unobstructed path to the first risk neutral scale, the entry's not valid. In other words, right here, 77 to 76, no way, Jose. The previous, these levels here, not the pullback and continuation zone ones, but the other, I guess. Talking with a mute on again. My wife would think that, but she's been looking around for that button on me somewhere. She's pretty sure of that. I hope. She hopes. There you go. Somebody said something nobody liked, and there you are. There's your 70 in a V reversal. Sorry for chewing my mango in your ear there. I was busy watching, not thinking. So what's with the V reversal? Back down? Is this a retest of this consolidation right here? I guess so. Man. Blah. I haven't seen any dust up from the TLab or anywhere, so I'm hoping that this stuff's not all pear-shaped. This guy with his animated GIFs, I wish he would stop doing that. Well, they're all trading one way or the other. Harry says he scaled the MF at value area high, runner for the overnight high if we can clear. Check the naked volume point of control too low, developing POC too low. I guess, are you watching this, by the way? You just watched that. Wait a minute. I wish this guy would stop posting these animated GIFs all the time. I don't know how to shut him off or make him quit. He does that all the time. And some of them are funny. So, what do you want to do? What was I looking at over there? Oh, that, I guess. Where's who posting what? The animated GIFs or that thing from Harry's Discord? I only look at one Discord place. I don't look at any animated, any of the social media, anything. Here you go, off your 70. I hope you got that. Good call. Good idea. Good eye. Discord. What I do is just hide the screen or turn it, or you know, don't keep it going. Oh, that's what I jumped down there for. I forgot. I was going to make sure there wasn't some catastrophe going on in well, everybody's watching for no, doesn't look like a big problem. Good for me. Mean reversion. Everybody's calling mean reversion in the TLab. I was making sure there wasn't a bunch of people freaking out about the levels. But I think they're all straightened up. Usually the person that pings me is Ned, who nice guy and competent. If he says something else. Seems a lot less confusing. Well, has this been the, well, no, it hasn't. Yesterday was a big trend day, but boy, there's been, it seems like an inordinate amount of way too balanced profiles or, sessions in this week. Anton, I think I told you about the drama with my sons and this partner there in Denver. It seems like that's all. Might have a very silver lining in that cloud. Terrible for Chris, but I mean, what the hell, he's dead, so what are you gonna do? But for my son anyway, so I'm pretty, putting out a lot of positive vibes today. Trying to. I suppose we were all, as men, we were probably all over sexually driven when we were young, but I think most everybody outgrows it. It's funny when somebody, that guy, his partner, was in his pushing 60s, he's older than my son. He was pushing 60, I guess, and still, just crazy about it to the point of in ruining and then ended up taking his own life. That was pretty crazy. I still haven't quite taken it all in, I guess. Yeah, me too. I'm very glad. Obviously, I was worried, and it turns out, and good for my son as well. It turns out he's one of the few people. This even surprises me. He's one of the few guys in Denver with the qualifications and the, 10 years of history, experience of building those kind of super high-end custom homes, and 2 or 3 people are tripping over themselves to get him to join up with them. So. And the part and parcel of that is he is his own licensure. He has his own contractor license, so that's how it works. Yeah, I was pretty surprised. Not surprised that I know his skills and his talent, but I would have thought in a market like Denver, there'd be more than a handful. Good, huh? That's a real big good. Now if I can just get him to, I keep reminding him, remember old dad now, Well, Yeah, even though, they never outgrow being your little kid, you know what I mean? But he's 53. The baby, my baby, 53. They always will be. Yeah, we do. I'm sure that we do. It's a good thing. Well, they're banging between the VWAP and the POC and the middle of this bad boy. I guess I got my VWAPs back together here. That's a wonderful thing. Why that's... I was hoping that when it shut itself off and got back together again, it'd be back to doing the right thing. Reset. Early on, yeah, I think so. That 3-bar reversal over here would have been a snazzy short, wouldn't it? And I wish that this would have been the proper configuration and it would have signaled a short and I'd have taken it. I can say with all conviction in the rearview mirror. But I think it's, I've taken, I have to stop that discretion, which is just based on fear. I have done that in the past and not taken them as they've been signaled, and that's stupid. Man, we're almost up to 10 o'clock here. I better go get some green tea, some more green tea. I must drink 10 gallons of this crap. come on. I go out there and pour a glass of tea, coffee, and leave it on the counter. Getting old is not a pretty picture. We do, yep. Do we? For this new campaign I'm on, I have a pull-up bar in my doorway here at the office, and every time I go out and come back in, I crank off, 8 or 10 pull-ups, and I go in and out a lot. But according to Dalton, isn't it 2 TPOs this week? I don't know, there's 3 that I see over here. On mine anyway. Yeah, I don't remember. There's weak and there's poor. And I usually get them confused. And I'm probably confusing them now too, so. Bottom line, I would agree with you. Not much, wouldn't be any surprise at all to see us go ripping up through the top. Wow. Wow. Auto sneeze here. Oh, I guess I can't see C. That's what the deal is here. This is a bad idea. Let's see something here. I thought colors was over here somewhere, but maybe not. This isn't it, but it's not black. Oh, background, yeah, maybe so. Huh. I wasn't thinking it was black. 21, 30, 32. It isn't quite. Let's see what this does. Pretty hard eye. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic for my eyes. But yeah, I wasn't seeing the C. You're absolutely right. And not that I doubted you, but I didn't think about the C part. Let's see what else I can do with this thing. Maybe a grayish gray? Oh, not strong gray. Yeah, that worked out pretty good. Maybe not. That's a little easier to see. That's still not very good either, to be honest with you. I don't really see these worth a damn. Where's that blue that, the hell was that blue color? The FT71 blue, baby. I'm trying to remember what that was. I probably have that somewhere around here in some chart or another. I mean, I know I do. You know what I mean? I'm sure you know exactly what I mean. That's not it either. Anyway. Leave it alone. I'll leave it white so we can watch those bars. Watch that happen. That's just real bright for my eyes. Let me see if I can pick up that blue. Let's see here. Open chart. Zombie composite. That's got to be the right one. That's got to be blue. Okay. There we go. What's this color? 658137. Let's get back over here and let's do that. Come on. There we go. 65. Ooh. My other 5. That's not even close. What's going on here? Did I misread that? I did, obviously. Never mind. I'll do that again. Oh, I know what I did. I got the wrong thing. Okay. There we go. What's going on here? See, add the custom color. All right. Yeah. There we go. The old FT71 colors, baby. I can deal with that blue. Doesn't kill my eyes so bad, and at least you can see all the profiles. Blue, they say, is the hardest wave frequency on your eyes. The way I try to stay away from it a lot. On this charting and find something that was as easy for me to pick out and read, but like this, when you can't see these, the other option is to change the profile colors, of course, from the rainbowy thing, but I could never figure out one that I could read. Yeah, there's one C above up here, though. If you're looking at this thing like I am. Well, we're sneaking back up here off the mean, so if you got long off your 70s like you were talking about, good for you. I'm jealous. Whoops, wrong freaking screen. Sorry about that. Good for you. Well, I have a gray, weird day out here. I guess there's probably some sort of rain event in my future. In my future. Well, that's actually not. I'm really out of shape. 15 to 20 was usually my pull-up range, and around minimum 50 push-ups. When I was in KL, I used to do 4,000 steps a day, every morning, in the building, and I'm way out of shape and fat and everything else over here. Much to my wife's chagrin. I can still walk forever. On the weekends, I walk 10 or 12 miles. Sometimes after the market, during the day, I go out for 3 or 4. But my old joints are too bad to run anymore. So, it happens. I'll tell you something is that, words of advice from the old guy, or not advice, but it's really weird when you're in your mind looking out through your eyes. You still feel like, or at least I do, feel like I did long ago. And to watch your body not be able to do what it used to do, or you look back in the mirror and it's like, who's that old wrinkled pile of crap looking back at me? You know what I mean? It's really weird. I gotta say, it's really weird. I have 2 stand-up monitors in an L here, and in front of me is a 4-monitor rack. The lower 2 monitors are these trading ones, this one and this one, and these are 32-inch 4K. And then on the upper 2 monitors are 27-inch high defs, and they're run by a different computer. To my left is a vertical 27 4K, which I have OBS on. And then a little further around the corner from that is another one of these 32-inch 4Ks that runs my old laptop workstation, and they're all down under all the workstations and computers are down under the machine, or under the desks. And I stand up all day. I have no chairs in here. But I've worked that way for years, literally years, 10 or 12 or more. I don't even think about it. These 4K monitors that I got are LG, and I got them 32-inch 4Ks LG. I got them on sale. I got them at Costco. I got 3 of them. And then I have, 3 27s and a spare 27 down under the desk. But these are, I just kind of waited around till they were on sale, and it was like $200 or something. Or $250 or something like that. And my goal here was to try to get as sharp and as easy to read, because my eyes are, speaking of getting older, certainly not getting any better. So that's the primary motivation. Once upon a time I could do everything on a laptop without even thinking about it, but not anymore. I had a picture of this mess at one point somewhere that I posted someplace. I don't remember where. But it's, just 2 stand-up desks and an L, and there you go. Certainly not like some of these guys with a gazillion and this big, big curved things and all that. One thing I did do, which I don't know if how you got your monitors, but everybody's into this curved monitor thing. Well, just stop and think about it. Just an arc, right? What I've done with the 2 lower 4Ks in front of me is I just pull the outer ends in to where that arc would be, poor man's curve monitor. And it works better for me. I realized that how the color representation and the glare and stuff on the outer edges was goofy. The way it is now, I can pretty much see. So the two outer edges come in about, I didn't finish, figure the arc properly and all that stuff, but the two outer edges come in about 4 inches from straight, in other words. That's what I did. And I'm not going to do anything else because I'm going to throw any more money at this thing until it starts being, paying for everything else we need. And so the two big ones that I trade on, there's Bookmap here and IRT over here. This configuration with the two upper monitors in the other machine kind of grew out of the fact that until, a year or two ago when my career was still plugging along, I did that stuff on those upper two monitors. So I could actually be doing both things at the same time. Well, the graphics card runs the three monitors on this trading machine, and the upper two monitors run off a Thunderbolt hub. That's a laptop actually. Laptop was the old laptop workstation from my other life, and it runs off a Thunderbolt hub. And then my third big monitor running on my old workstation, it's a Dell 6700 M6700, and it's on a dock, and that has got and everything I run is on D port except for one monitor on HDMI because I ran out of D ports. There's that. And the old, they're basically all workstations and all independent monitor. As I said, the graphics card runs the ones on the trading machine. That's why there's no, that's not why, actually. There you go. Oh, good. Hey, it's whatever works. You know what I mean? I just remember the old things when they were trying to sell day trading as a lifestyle. There'd be some good-looking chick in bed trading with her laptop, and I made $1 million. So, or the guys on the beach. It's always that. And really, that's not far-fetched if you're good at what you're doing. That's not that far-fetched. With me, it's the biggest driver of all this stuff is my eyes. Trying to make sure I'm seeing easily with the least amount of eye strain, because I'm standing here from a little before 6 in the morning till like last night. I went to bed at 2300 or something. Granted, I come and go, but not for an extended period of time ever. So I'm in front of these screens a lot. And I will be all weekend trying to test and do that stuff. There we go. Your 70's working out pretty special. Another couple of ticks and it would be my two take profits. 12 panels is what that works out to. Basically. Now you got another poor one because you got D up on top of the C, right? Well, I don't know. Just moseying around this IB high again. I'm busy in a coma over here. Is this thing doing something? I need to look at it. No, not according to this. It's not. Is this the lag from hell or what? What happened here? Why isn't that an A? Huh. Did I take it off? I'm brain dead and a half today, boy. Good day to just hang out in bed. See if I can sell that pitch to Mama. Likely not. Well, I'm not sure why there's not an A signal here, to be honest with you. Because there's the proper cadence. Another mean reversion, though, happening before our very eyes. Another. Oh, here comes Ned now. Something's wrong. Or no, this is somebody else. Snufflepuff. Boy, I haven't heard of that guy. Snuffle Platypus. I haven't heard of that guy for a long time. Huh. That was a long time ago. By golly. Let's see how I do this now, if I can do this from specific user. Well, yeah, I don't know how to do this. Wow. Oh, I thought I could quickly find that thing, but I can't. That's pretty obvious. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That's a big never mind. Well, by golly, there you go. Mean reversion junior, mean reversion number 2 here. 83, 73, 10 handles. Nothing wrong with that. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to just start getting back to throwing trades on, you know, and then just go, yeah, structured trade. Yeah, have a great weekend. Take care, Antonio. Bon fin semana, mano. Keep your head down. Yeah, Tom time here pretty quick. Here we go. BPOC migration, price check aisle 3. I saw an interesting bit of news about all this dust up that's going on in the administration and everything like that. And apparently one person in the cabinet, inner circle, whatever, really pushed back hard on this is a bad idea. This is going to cost us politically. All of the supporters, you know, supported us because we were going to be the peace administration and not start wars and all this kind of stuff. And it's the last person I figured would do that. J.D. Vance. So, you know, maybe there's good for him, you know, give the devil these dues. Apparently, anyway, that's the reporting, that he's the only one of that entire collective that stood up and said anything or that pushed back at all. Didn't get anywhere, but, you know, Trump didn't pay any attention, but still. I was surprised about that. Well, I don't know what to say here, boys and girls. We're just banging along, mean reverting, mean reverting around a tight consolidation. We've poked our head out of the IB high twice, so that's statistics off the table, neither one of which was a signal for the system, and I am pretty dumbfounded as to why this one did not fire an A, to be absolutely honest with it. Yeah, I'm sure it has got absolutely nothing to do with lofty thoughts, absolutely, but at least apparently had the whatever horsepower or whatever you want to call it to stand up and say that, or sit down and say it, or whatever, of course in the closed environments of the containment of a room full of a handful of people. You didn't see him blabbering that on this, on a stage in front of a microphone anyplace. And they say that's why he's been just completely devoid of Bibi Netanyahu was in the Situation Room, but apparently Vance wasn't this last time around. Weird. And he was pick weird, throw a dart and you got weird hit right on the head. Any way you want to throw it. This environment, in my opinion. Oh boy. Of course, in hindsight, I intuitively understood immediately that this was a mean reversion trade, and so was this, and maybe not. They're structured trades. They actually are, I guess. The first one here is definitely a 3-bar reversal. If you want to look at the old way of looking at things. Now we're going to come down and test the bottom. Or are we? I feel like I'm just a wrestling announcer or something standing here. This is getting really, I've got to get this off dead center and start doing some trades, but not just throwing, not from the point of view, not with the strategy, you throw enough crap against the wall and something's bound to stick. That is not the right way to approach this, but I am going to continue. Hopefully we'll sort out this backtest story with different instruments, which has completely shocked me. Actually, in the actual backtest engine and system, you should be able to backtest the system over 2 or 3 different instruments. In other words, a portfolio. And it will supposedly do one at a time and then report, push out the reports. So I'm not sure what the hell happened, but it wasn't the outcome I was expecting. And I'm going to leave IRT well enough alone right now because there's no lags and it seems to be plotting pretty much up to speed. Well, I say that now, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And advances, as I understand it, of course, I don't know anything other than there we go. Bango, bingo, bango, bongo. And now IRT is way behind. Must be a big lag hit, of course. Whatever that volume was, this is just not working. So let's see. Are we going to get an IB low? We're going to get another double neutral day. That is, you know, they're rare like hen's teeth. Well, not as rare as we've had twice. We've had two this week, so I guess that's not very rare. Sure is a damn world. This is where FT71 to go long. Betting on the fact that 32% is not, you know, in other words, you've got a 70% probability that it's going to go, that it's going to mean revert. According to his webinar from Big Mike Futures. How long ago was that? And it's working though. It's working. Raining, baby, raining. Ooh, we got a W. There's your long. Boom, 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 boom. Go long at the peak of the W. Isn't that the old adage? Oh, there you are. I'm reading your mind, dude. I can't read mine anymore, so I guess I'll snoop around in yours. Yeah, it's a lot of good stuff happening right down here. Very good. And this one here is the tap. There we go. This one, there we go. There you go. Look at you go. Giddy up, go. These reversal types that have a higher, suddenly have a higher low and a higher high and a higher high and a higher low. Those are repeat a lot. I mean, they seem to stand out to me a lot. I don't know how in the Christ I could ever code it up to back test it though. This trade vetted things is really hanging me up. Simply because I'm a dunce when it comes to code. Or I'm not a dunce at anything, but I don't have those skills to do that efficiently, you know. Just noticing here that we've got the overnight POC and the close just below us. I mean, I don't know how long I've been standing here looking at this and didn't register, and then the overnight low. Excuse me. 2 neutral days in a week. And I don't know what you call it. An inside day, I guess a regular day, normal day when you don't take either IB high or low. I don't know what that's called. I'll have to Google it later. It's called frickin' irritating. I think that's the open type. So now the system has an A going for it. What happened here? Wrong mouse. Well, that worked. I don't know. I had changed everything. I will not know. But there's the A. Now we get down here. It's a continuation zone. Up here it's a pullback zone. Then we need a trigger. Then, you know, all those things. Let's see. Get the levels back on over here. Just so I can. I got to get my head out of my sitter downer here. Good. Yeah, you got out up there when it tagged the Globex VWAP again, I suppose. So here goes the close. Now I'm going to have to be in a real predicament here because it's sneaking its little way into the continuation zone, which would be if looking on well over here, and then the pullback zone is the trigger. Still a pretty balanced profile. And what have we got for liquidity below us? We got a bunch of hanging out down here, I guess. Didn't get there though, so phew, dodge the bullet. Well, now even if I were to look at this with candles, no, bullshit. So here comes the trade through, and that I'll accept the fact that that's an A. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Into the zone. Here, no pullback there. Not a trade. Or even if you want to be technical about it, here, pullback, no trade. Assuming this plot is, ooh, wait a minute. You know what I'm doing wrong? This is last price. I could have easily gone into the trigger. Son of a bitch. A gun. Son of a gun. This is not for child, this is a child, not for children, but it's still, I don't want to sound like the President of the United States. Oh, God. What a mess. So let me just see something here. That's a new idea completely. I didn't think about that even at all. Best bid and ask. Well, wait a minute. Last price, bid and ask, break even. So what do we got here? Nope. You see here, it doesn't get there, even there. It gets into the zone, it doesn't get the trigger. Okay. I don't feel so bad. I don't like that at all either. Whatever the hell that was. I'm glad I have that shut off. The only other option would be to look at the candles. Turn your head, and those of you who don't like candlesticks. You know what really irritates me about, or doesn't irritate me, but disappoints me about Bookmap, is that there are no bars. And this is a problem I have with Bookmap candlesticks. I'm not busy watching the market because it's still hauling ass. No, we haven't gotten near the stop yet. It's gonna, if it continues on down towards that overnight low, it's gonna beat both targets. So over here, this is the 5-minute candle, which incorporates this move. But the problem is you don't know what happened first or second. Obviously here, then into the zone, then back up, not to the trigger, and down. So yeah, according to the data that's being provided to Bookmap, on Bookmap, it's not a trade. So boo is boo. This is pretty snazzy. And I've got to tell you that I don't understand this one either. Except that it is saying this little guy right here tagged that, but you can see the dots above it. So what has to happen is, oh, I know what has to happen. Here is the trigger zone, it's 61.5. So the height of the high of this candle has got to be more than 61.5. And the way you do that, if you're not familiar with my chart, the info box here that I have up, any candle or bar that I hover over gives you the story about that bar. So, boom. The high is 61.5. The high is 61.5. Now, I have to go back and look at the rules and see if the trigger is equal to or greater than the level. If it's equal to, then it's exactly right. And my suspicion is it's right because, you know, typically the computer is better at this than I am. You know, that's why we use them. And a hell of a time getting below these lows at 52s, huh? So let's see what this actually says. IBC short, that's what I want to do. Where'd he go? Here. There we are. No, that's a stop. I don't want that one. I want this one right here. That's a trigger. Yep, right there. You see that? greater than or equal to. If this did not say that equal to, this would not be a trigger. So I screwed up. I don't remember my own code. That's, a bad thing as far as taking a trade manually. The next problem is getting this to go away. There you go. The next problem is the accuracy of the plotting on Bookmap. Here, over here. Because even though the code says so, and if you look at how IRT plots it exactly to the trigger, and then you jump over here to Booga Booga Land, Boogie Woogie Land over here, there is the signal, there is the B, where the low penetrates into that, assuming, don't really know because there's no way to tell which candle's what on this thing. However, none of these other ones come back up to the trigger zone. The one that's even remotely close is right here, and it does not reach the trigger. So I have no, I don't know what to say. Just, given the difference, I'd rather be sitting on this than I would be sitting on nothing on Bookmap, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's see what, let's plot B and, let's plot A and B. So here we have 1. That's going to be right along here. And here we're going to have the stop. So, there we go. There's the stop. There's T1. This is when the bar took T1, and the minute it took T1, stop trailed from original to break even, which we have not hit yet. Now let's look at, I'm not going to bother changing the color. Let's just go back. Let's go to T2 and see where we are. There's T2, so we're a ways away from it. It's just below the overnight low. There you go. And that, boys and girls, is how it works. I mean, that's how it graphically displays via this indicator what the trading system is up to. And in about a second, it's going to stop out right over here. The minute this bar hits that line, adios amigo. Looks to me like I have. Oh, not quite. Mere ticks. And there we are. And the reason this says 0 is because this old indicator does not adjust or deal with multiple targets. There is a positive 12 ticks right here. Not sure I mentioned it, but there was that one point I learned market profile, and that's all. That was the only thing up and running. That was the only thing that I was watching or we were trading with JP. And I wish I could find all the handout or the things that I printed out. You know, all the different setups, open types, and all that stuff. I still have it somewhere, but where being the real important question. And according to him, which I never validated or verified, there's a book you can get from the CME that was I think written by Stottlemyre, like the market profile handbook, and all of that stuff's in it. That's what he did. And I'll give him credit for it. You know, he was like a high school dropout or something like that. You know, so he wasn't some whiz bang is the point. But he'd been a local and a successful one. And then the market, you know, the floor went poof. So he got this book about market profile and learned all about, taught himself all about it, didn't go to some class or Dalton or anybody like that. And then up until he died, he was trading it and basically had this room where he would also provide a market profile training course every, like 3 times a year or something like that. And never saw him trade live. Never saw him make a penny trading because he didn't do that. He would scream into the mic, I'm long here, and whatever, you know. And that's supposed to mean that's what it was. This was before, you know, any of the days that we have now with Discord and that stuff. This was some sort of a WebEx thing. I hope I was off mute there, but maybe not. I never think to put my headset on in time when I was just talking about JP and the market profile. I wasn't sure if I was unmuted or not. I always forget I can grab my headset real quick and listen to it on the live stream, which is a bit delayed. Oh well. Coming back down to your line again. Yeah. Okay. All right, fingers crossed. Good luck. I'm assuming off around 57 half-ish somewhere, 58-ish maybe. So good for you. Well, there's some interesting statements there. I don't know if this fella needs to. I'm not sure. You know, there's an old thing where I come from. There's two old things, actually. They're both pretty good. The most dangerous guy in the room is the guy who doesn't know what he doesn't know. The second one is if you sit down at a poker table and you look around the crowd wondering who the chump is, it's you. And I think maybe, you know, I'm not sure if he figures he's getting mileage out of this, out of these threats, or about, you know, genocide and all this stuff. I don't know what the hell to think, actually. Pretty freaking crazy, that's for sure. Though, I will say that. I'll give him that. This is not what you need here as a Trump dump. You need a Trump bump on your lawn. What a screaming idiot. Sorry, but I have a problem dealing with that whole idea. Just to notch up crazy a little bit, I saw, oh man, bummer. Just to notch up crazy a little bit, I saw some news traffic that Hegseth or the Pentagon or whoever, you know, Trump, who threatened the Pope, for Christ's sake. The next thing you know, there's going to be an arrest warrant for the Easter Bunny. Jesus, Christopher Christ. Fat man in red suit arrested by ICE and deported for breaking and entering on Christmas Eve. You know, Jesus Christ. And other charges of pending reindeer abuse. Jesus Christ. That's the problem with this time of day and this environment. You know, you never know when the Looney Tunes is going to come out with something. So I guess this would be a consolidation and a breakout and a retest. Jesus, I don't know. I'm supposing this is a consolidation right here. The retest would be the POC, and then, as Antonio knows, I have great luck with these VPOC migrations. Yeah, I mean, and he's an American Pope, don't forget, the first one ever, raised in Chicago. I suppose he could probably out-tough guy Trump any day of the week if he put his mind to it, but yeah, it's just, are you kidding me? Puts a whole new spin on, well, in this, the church that Hagsouth, I don't know anything about what the name and all, there's some real... You know, they believe that they're Christian soldiers and bringing on Armageddon and all this kind of stuff. There's a young, degreed, theosophical degreed, preacher down here that's running for Senate, I think, whose name evades me. But has spoken out that this, that no, Christian nationalism is not really following Christianity or what Jesus said or the Bible, and knows his stuff. I could never possibly even, talk about it intelligently. And the head of this church with Hagsouth belongs said that the guy should be crucified. And somehow they can square that as a Christian attitude. Or, belief or something. Just too weird for words. Now, is this a bar trade here? Or would I want to look forward to get back to the POC? I would say one thing about picking a fight with a pope, you're going to have a huge bunch of, at least Latins, Catholics that are going to just immediately turn their back, I would think. And I guess that answered my question. This was a consolidation, pullback, retest, and I go. There you go. There we go. It goes. Well, I guess my interpretation of this bar thing right here was the correct idea, but I was expecting, actually, I was looking for this bar to be retested up to here and then short. I don't know how to. And I guess in reality, this is that smaller consolidation. Working out like the champ for sure. Yeah, IB low, lots of volatility, or lots of volume down there. And it's the, it's the start of this bottom of this upper distribution from yesterday. Same thing visibly over here as well. This thing is like out there like Pluto now. That's the disappointing part, or the real big downside to having just one vetted setup, and it's around like this IB thing. Well, once you're a million miles from the IB, that's pretty much the end of that. That's a non-workable reality there. Gotta have more than one. Gotta have more than one tool in the bag. And here we go with the higher lows and the higher highs. This is a W reversal down here. The theory being that the long signal is when this center pivot rejection has been exceeded, which it has not yet. I'm not saying any of this is something I know or that I have vetted, but it's just, crap I've heard and understood over the years. The big W. Here we go with the bar theory again. All this bar talk is making me thirsty. Did you see the traffic this morning that, did you see the traffic this morning about insider age or something like that? It says that Zelensky's they're very close to a deal with Putin on Ukraine. I sure as God hope so. And, you know, to the benefit of everybody. I'm still amazed that the world stands by and lets this Russian piece of shit just come mosey over to some nice country and do that. But it seems like the way of the West. It seems like the way the power brokers are working these days, you know. Well, now we got a bar up, a bar down, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what to think. Which to go, which way to think here. Context is down, absolutely. That's Zelensky and Ukraine thing, I think, was the reason for the pop about 418 this morning, if I remember correctly. Let's see. If I remember correctly. Yeah, this thing. So, here's how I hope so. Well, there we are, back to the POC. They skedaddled out of that low volume area pretty fast. It's raining and thundering and everything else here now. The problem with this environment, you know, it could only take, as you very well know, one tweet, one something, and this thing breaks like crazy one way or the other. The closer we get to noon, the more worrisome that becomes to me, because, you know, that's idle hands, you know. I suppose many of them busy reading their Truth Social news, or whichever their social media of choice is back there in, you know, the hallowed halls of government, and while they're having their lunch or whatever it is they have. Awfully tempting to drop the odd bomb. I have to figure out how in the hell to define a consolidation like this. I don't know what to think. I really think that trade, it seems to have great merit for everyone that uses it and understands it. And I, you know, as far as I'm concerned, there's a consolidation, pullback, retest. So is it going to go short? What would put me off is the overnight volume point of control. I mean, oh, that's the overnight volume point of control. Oh, shit, never mind. I was thinking of the POC, the RTH POC way up here. I'm not saying it's not going to go back there, because it's also the beautiful mean reversion outside in. And as you pointed out, you know, off the 50, it looks like a great deal, a good idea. I'm just thinking about the bar thing out loud here. My natural reaction is to short here, but I don't think that's the right plan. I think you're on the right move with the BPOC migration off to 50. What am I talking about? The mean reversion off the 50. And that's great. Working out good for you here. And it's almost 12, which is a real good opportunity for me to take a bit of a break and rest the eyes and do all that normal stuff. Hi, Panda. You're peeking at me. What are you peeking at me for, huh? Are you peeking at Dad? Well, there you go. See? Good man. Way to go. Yeah, I'm hot on your trail. Me too. I'm going to step away myself, and I'm going to remember to type something in the chat this time so that somebody can read it. Yeah, there we go. Make sure there's plenty of music. I think there probably is. Put her on mute runny. Well, well, well. Ooh, down we go, huh? We're still fighting this. Okay. Oh, boy. It's dark, it's rainy, it's about perfect napping weather out there. About perfect rain for the country and the ground, that's for sure. That's for sure. as I recommend everybody does when you've been away from your desk, the first thing you do, you start with the higher time frame and the news and see what's been going on. Very definitely that's something you should do before you grab your mouse and start clicking. And we are on Friday, approaching the power hour. What else is going on here? What are these? Still terribly light volume. We're at 49%. This is average volume looking back over 20 days at this time period. Ridiculous, but that's the reason for the volatility and this the slopping and jocking, right? Jostling around. I'm back, by the way, I guess I should say. Type here somewhere. Keep forgetting to type back. Boy, they're just jamming around this 50. We're going to end up with a B-shaped profile, which means long liquidation. Sellers up there. Sellers in control. Look at this, would you? Wow, power hour. I'm standing here eating pistachios and I didn't even know what time it was. The 10th of April already. Holy smokes. I remember when months used to take a while to go by. Now they seem to just wake up in the morning, it's the first, and by the time you have lunch, it's the middle of the month, and you know, go to bed, it's over. Maybe. All right, so I guess I'll briefly go through how I approach this in case that's a question. And I want to thank you for coming by the stream. Like and subscribe. That's really important. And contribute in the chat is big help. Greatly appreciated. So I approach this from a point of view, as I talked about a little bit in the pre-market. The fact that this is essentially a random market, and you know, there's millions of participants, and they're all focusing their or voicing their opinion one way or another on every trade. And it's important to realize and understand that this is a zero-sum business, which means for every, you know, we trade contracts here, not shares or anything else. So in futures, we trade contracts which require a buyer and a seller. Meaning that if I want to buy, someone out there is equally convinced to sell. So by the very nature there, that's random, and that's a random environment. Right? And it's a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It can either tick up or it can tick down. Hey, Anton, how you doing? I'm just messing around here with looking at stuff and talking about the idea of the random market and kind of approaching this as from a business point of view. And we're still for the longest while we've been hovering around your 50 down here. So yeah. Anyway, so my approach here is that I kind of took on board the advice, or the advice, I guess you could say, from reading books and things like that, videos and webinars and so forth, from some of the most profitable traders in the world, who also recognize it's a random environment, and that the only way you can have some sort of a consistently profitable outcome is to identify something that happens rather frequently, and the criteria that, you know, support an entry for that pattern or strategy, and then collect as big a data set as you can on that exact strategy and parameters, so that you can determine statistically if it has an edge or not. And then if it does, you take every instance of that in the live market that presents itself. You rely on the law of large numbers to manifest to your bank account that edge. If that's a little familiar sounding, it's the exact business model of a casino. That's why you see a lot of people nowadays, you know, around trading circles and places talking about, you know, be the house and all that kind of thing, making all those kind of statements. That's exactly what they're talking about. Trade often, trade small, like the Tasty Trade guys. That's what it is. A casino plays no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified specific rules and have pre-identified that it has a very specific positive edge, whatever that is, 3%, 5%. It's very low, by the way. I heard one time, and this is bad to throw out a statistic, but I was reading something somewhere, credible. The house edge on 21 is something like 2% or 2.2% or something like that. Very small. You'd be shocked at how small some of the edge is on some of their games. But the whole business model is structured on the law of large numbers and specific rules, of course. But that's why nobody is ever emotional on a casino floor. They don't care. They're there their only mission is to play as many games, in other words, generate as many occurrences of that specific setup as they can. And that the law of large numbers will manifest that 2.5% over, 100 million times. And guess what? You got a big bank account. That's the way it works. And so I'm trying to follow along with that idea. Makes sense to me, and it's also, as I said, it's, I'm talking about Jim Simmons and Ray Dalio and Tom Sosnoff and people like that made billions, literally. So, I don't mean Joe Shit the Ragman, who has, this thing you see on YouTube that this strategy's back tested over 2 weeks. You know what I mean? It's not that kind of a thing. So what I did then was to identify the initial balance trade, because it happens every day. There are two instances. There's an initial balance high and an initial balance low. And there are two potential trades for each one of those. There's a continuation trade and there's a pullback trade for each one of the two initial balances. So that gives you several options, and two of which would be the initial balance failures or pullbacks. They are essentially mean reversion trades, which would be ideally applicable in a day like today. So, or expected in a day like today, anyway, where we have, pretty much a mean reversion kind of day going on. Now, here's the IB, so at that point it was only about 20 handles wide. Now they've extended to the bottom, but so that's what I've tried to do, and these are the rules that validate that. Up here is housekeeping, and these are the actual rules. There's only 3. I talked about this already. It's kind of a bad example because the markers didn't plot properly. This chart has nothing to do with this trading system, except that these custom indicators here exactly replicate the location of the rules. The signal markers have nothing to do with anything except for they are meant to visually alert me when rule A, rule B, and the trigger have been hit, or achieved. Now, I send this system to the chart so that in live data from my live account, from Rhythmic via AMP, or from AMP via Rhythmic, however you want to look at it, it plots what the outcome of the system would be if it were trading today. But it has nothing to do with the chart is meaningless for the rules. This will work with or without the chart, in other words. Also, it's important, and I try to say this about every 15 minutes or something so nobody gets backwards or misunderstands. Any trades or any forward testing or back testing that I'm doing here in IRT is in the IRT stimulated environment right there, because I'm not confident enough of my code warrior style ability here to take it to the next level where this thing would trade my dollars in the live environment algorithmically. Backtesting, not a problem. But so that's where that's at. And any trades in Bookmap are live, real trades on my live AMP futures account. So that's the difference. Anyway, the point of this whole story that I think is pretty important, or that, you know, is pretty eye-opening to me. First, this only has 3 rules, and those 3 rules, very specific. And it's so important to understand that when you backtest a system, there can be no discretion whatsoever. If Rule A says 3 birds flew across the house and sat on the wire at such and such a time, that's what's got to happen. It can't be around the house. It can't be 2 birds. It can't be a minute later, a minute. You know what I mean? It's got to be absolutely specific. If it says, come on, you son of that this A signal is when the bar trades down from above to the IB low, and it opens higher than it closes, and it penetrates through the initial balance, and the bar before it opened higher than the close. That's exactly what's got to be. It can't be any different than that. And then you want to try to do that over every bar, over a consistent and statistically significant data set. I thought about that for a while, and I thought that is absolutely impossible to do by yourself, manually. That's why I created this chart with these lines and stuff on it, which are just custom indicators, nothing more, on this chart, that's all. So that I could see at least what price was doing. Like, you know, never mind the indicators of the trade plot, I could see that it did what it was supposed to do. You know, the close is the open is higher than the low, and et cetera, et cetera. But that takes it to the backtesting engine, which supports IRT. So you set up the backtest, instrument, contracts, session, 500 days. Reports that I want to see. Okay. Backtest. There you go. In addition to plotting and doing all the normal things it does, this computer, it took 9 seconds to evaluate every one of these rules over every 30-second bar going back 499 days. About 225,000 bars. 9 seconds. $5,000. Doesn't seem exactly. I'm going to make sure I've got this set up right. Anyway, so that's how you do it. Now there could be some variation in the setup, but these are the there's. Oh, this is completely new. It's just 381 trades, long, short. There should be. Something's wrong here with something. I've got some setting wrong, because there should be about at least 700 to 1,000 trades. But anyway, we'll just keep going. You get the point. That's got to do with how I have this set up in the background for the trade system itself. And there would be 202 winning trades with an average winner of $26 and no losing trades. So it's got a problem with it didn't take any, there's no stops over here, so this is not right. Bad example, I'm sorry. And why that is happening, I'm not sure. I tried switching instruments, and it didn't like that this morning, and I have restarted the system since. But here was the next thing I was going to point out is this particular graph will show each and every trade, hours, minutes, entry time, trade name, exit, levels, price. Oh, I can tell you exactly what's wrong. This is looking at the MMQ. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is looking at the MQ, the NASDAQ. What's wrong? That's what's wrong. Why I didn't notice that in the backtest setup. Sorry about that. Anyway, and this is the dollar outcome. Now this didn't turn out to be anything up here because there's no stops, but let's just see, I can show you how this would plot. So this would be the equity curve over that time. So there's no drawdown particularly, and also in the reports, I forgot to mention there's a consecutive winners, consecutive stops. There's a average, max favorable, average favorable, excursion, and it doesn't like this. Let me just do this again. I didn't notice. It doesn't like this NQ. I didn't even notice that. Sorry about that. That's what I was trying to mess with early this morning to get it to work on the MQ to verify something somebody told me, that a setup that I have been working on was meant to work on the MQ and not the MES or the ES. So now let's go with look, see here. Oh boy. That's a little more normal. That's a little more like what I was expecting when that first thing opened. I was going, what the hell happened there? And you notice that there was no stop, so there's a problem on the NQ for that other calculation. But, yeah, okay, good. That's a little better. And here we go. So there's 877 trades. That's a little more like it. 537 winners at 31.44 and 147 stops at 12.65. Now, I can tell you right off the bat by looking at this, if you're familiar with my trading setup at all, the risk neutral methodology is 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, and a 48 tick T2. What's happening, what I have done on this back test, and which I do frequently, is set this system that when T1 is achieved, the system automatically trails the stop to entry, or in other words, break even. And you'll notice that there's 206 maximum consecutive winners and 5 maximum consecutive losers. That's pretty good. And again, all 877 trades here, and the outcome of every one, and how it goes in and how it gets out, the exit types, and all of that. And then again, the equity curve. There you go. Over the whole range of however many days it was, 499 trading days, 500 days, actually. And that is, in my opinion, the way to backtest. Once you have done copy those numbers, the thing that I do is take it to this level, and every one of these lines is a back test. It's all the data that we just looked at on those those 4 reports. You can also do all the risk, which calculates sharp value, Sortino, all of the standard deviations and stuff. And this is only the micros. The minis are above this. It's been filtered. And every one of these is a back test. And I do them a lot. And this was on the 4th over the last weekend. 576 days. This is a different trade, but the IB up here was 488 days, 788 trades, 269, 66, 112, 30 scratch, or 30 and 307 scratch, percent winner, percent loser, R value, or R multiple, risk to reward value, consecutive winners, MFE, MEAE, long, short, gross, commission, profit and loss, all that. With these kind of numbers, I think that, in my opinion, is what's required to have a vetted trade. If you see somebody post something somewhere that says, I've Well, that was a vetted setup or something. Ask them over how long, how many occurrences was it? Because that's important to know. Otherwise, they're just blowing smoke, and that can cost you money. I'm not saying to take my word for anything here. This is how I go about it. You can do the same thing yourself. But this is looking back over 586 days. $324 trades total in this particular one. This is something totally different. But, that's the way I think you should approach it. And the way I size up is systematic. I have a systematic, table here, and it automatically plots based on trades I take. Based on a risk-neutral 2-lot package, it trades micros until a scale factor of 1.33 times the average mini lot in ticks. The mini 2-lot factor in ticks has been achieved, and then I automatically move to minis. I think that is the way I believe you need to approach trading as a business rather than a game. And this is just what I think, right? That's why I'm throwing it out here. Think something different, you're doing something wrong, you see something that doesn't make sense, that's the whole point. So that's pretty much the backtesting story and how it fits into what I'm trying to do. Also, along with that, it's the underlying theme of the stream. Why I am committed, why I stream so long. Because I'm committed to absolute transparency and accountability. No trades can be possibly taken off the stream on this account. All the trades that are live or backtested are all, for all the world to see, plotted and recorded and streamed, and they're on YouTube. I have no problem about ego. If I'm doing something stupid or something wrong, I want to know about it, and I want to improve it. This is the business that I'm working to improve and make consistently, profitable at a scale to support myself and my family. This is not some, ego trip where I'm trying to bullshit everybody. So if I take a trade, it's very clearly and openly graphed, and Bookmap has a very nice system for graphing and, displaying trades. At the end of every day when there are trades to do this for, I also include this snap, which at the bottom here of my daily journal snap has all of the any trades taken, all the entry time and everything is down to milliseconds, because it's important. It's important for me, I guess my ego is more centered around being open and transparent than it is around trying to BS somebody and be a big shot. And work together, or on my part, I can come up with a consistently profitable winning strategy, I will continue to share it, just no problem, just here as I do now. When I'm going to take the IB trade, if I anticipate the trade, I articulate it, I put the trade on, I manage the trade, and the outcome is what it is. And that's the way I believe it ought to be. Nothing would make me happier than to come across a consistently profitable, substantially profitable system and be able to help everybody up. I'm not one of those guys that, climb the ladder and then burn the ladder. I would be more climb the ladder and hold the ladder so the next one can come. Be my idea. Just personal philosophy. And that also figures into my apprehension about any of these gurus or traders that swear they've got this great, easy 2 trades a day, I'm profitable. Why is it that you never just record a live trade? Like I'm doing here. That's where it's at. That's where I am. And it's now 2:33, and guess what? This is market recap time, baby. Well, let's tidy up some of this stuff over here. Let's get rid of these VWAP bands and the price lines. There you are. There's Blue Boy holding down the fort. This is a real expensive proprietary indicator here that I put on the first print of every day. It's called the vertical line. Boop. And I know that when I can glance left and see Blue Boy, and I know that this is the active data column, that means this is the entire RTH session from the beginning, the first print, until right now. No question about context or what happened or where it went. Similarly over here, this is IRT. If you're not familiar with this, it's a charting package. One important thing to know is on any of these IRT charts, you can see the chart name is meaningless to you, but importantly is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. And then it's got watermarks too. But anyway. This is the MES, the MNQ. Changed the background color earlier today on the market profile chart because I was missing the one whole group of the C column. There. I'll have to figure that one out over the weekend. Makes you homesick for FT71 charts, doesn't it? That's the color of all of his stuff, I'm pretty sure. If I remember right. And then this is my micro composite chart for the micro ES. This is what I think of as my high time frame chart. Obviously the market profile is as well. These are, again, the MES, daily bars. This is the daily periodicity. These are 1 day bars, daily periodicity, and this is the day session, RTH. So, simply put, each one of these bars is one full RTH day session. Wherever price overlaps, like here, I draw a volume profile around it. That generates the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. They're just the high in the low volume node of the market this most current profile, volume profile. And then, of course, high and low, and a micro composite VPOC. Now, after today's close, 1600, I'll pull this over and capture today. We still have this big gap below us, and, there we go. We're still lighter than absolute. Holy smokes. We only got up to 67%. We were down at 49% at one point in time. Today, this is relative volume. This is the volume relative to this point in time, looking back over 20 days. And this is the ATR over 1 minute candle. The market profile is right here as what, it is what it is. Let's look at the all-important news now. This is first news source, which is investing.com. Been using this one a long time. They've just recently changed it a bunch, and I don't really like the layout. And the ad positioning used to just be a banner up here, and things were more concise. I liked it better. Anyway, you can filter this for wherever you want. If you want, and you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to only follow the Nikkei, there you go. You can do it. They focus on traditional economic numbers and calendar events. Michigan, CPI, housing starts, unemployment rate, Well, that's Canada, but you get the point. Notice that the event title of every one of these turns to a URL when you hover over it. If you don't know what the Michigan one-year inflation expectation is, you can click on that and find out all you want to know. Since they've done this big upgrade, it doesn't automatically upgrade its numbers, which is disappointing, but what it is. And so let's have a look at that. They also do all the earnings stuff, but more importantly, let's look at next week. Here's what we have to look forward to. On Monday, we've got existing home sales. Ooh, baby. Tuesday, we've got the PPI. That's another big one. The CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, and any FOMC minutes or meetings are the four events which amp, and I think most brokers automatically raise the margin rate, the intraday margin rate, to 25% of maintenance. So in other words, it goes from $40 to $2,500 for a micro, for example, in the account. And then after the reports, they bring it back. That happened today for the CPI, CPI. Anyway, and here we have Chair speaking. That's on Tuesday. What happens Wednesday? Empire State. GDP. Oh, that's Canada, or China, sorry. The Beige Book. Thursday is CPI. Another one for EU. Jobless claims, the Philly Fed. And Friday, talking Feds. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. It has a similar calendar feature, but not as detailed necessarily. It is free. They're much less obnoxious about their advertising. That's for sure. My theory about keeping these free and all the ads floating around is that I think it's important for anybody that comes through the stream that wants to use these resources to be able to have access to them without spending a bunch of money. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT, they got to pay for them, and that's what I have to do. There's 10 points. Had I not been talking and just been trade don't talk, maybe. This is too late in the day for me to do that, but there you go. Anyway, One thing about financial juice that I do appreciate is any of this random stuff that has obviously become such a potential market disruption. Trump talking about something or some geopolitical thing. They will pull that event into their schedule if they get wind of it in time. And that's a huge help for me because I think we are, as traders today, we're just really risk managers. You know, your ultimate goal or your primary directive as a trader today is to preserve your account and grow it, hopefully. And the only way you can do that is by risk management. So, really important, and I really appreciate it. And I'm not saying anything political. I'm saying the truth. If there's some risk which has the potential to disrupt the auction, and you have your account exposed to the market risk, then you better watch out. And that's why. Also, then the right column over here, we have more of a squawk box idea. I was reading this story about 2 planes with Iranian negotiator. We have more of a squawk box idea. And this is where we'll have the market on closing balance at 1450. So we know what's coming up. This, all eyes are going to be on this Pakistani summit, so to speak, on is Iran, and Israel just keeps stepping up the bombing on Lebanon, which is really, why don't they just, doesn't seem like they have a very genuine effort or intent to want or to desire peace in that region. Doesn't seem to me. Even Trump called Netanyahu and said, please refrain, please hold back on Lebanon in light of these upcoming peace talks for Iran. And the response was to increase the bombing. I really don't get it. Assuming that reporting is correct, I guess it probably was. Truth Social that he called, what's his name? And I don't get any of the Truth Social posts. I am not part of any of that social media thing, but they're uplifted here to financial juice. So there we are. I think the weekend is cut out for us. There could be some big stuff happen that we don't know. So when you come in with the market, remember the market will be opening Sunday night. I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 every afternoon. My machines come up at 1700 on Sunday night and run until usually Saturday or Sunday, but the data stops at 1600 on Friday. I push these session prices automatically through that entire period continuously. If they would help you to have this data, obviously it's values and then the names or whatever, and it also supports the lines. You can use them on different charting, Sierra or wherever. Happy to share them. Free, just let me know. Well, I'm running out of stuff to say till 1500. By the time I've been standing here, this stream is my on time of the stream 7 hours. I start a couple hours before that, and we'll be going into the evening. But there you go. Nothing happened over here. This is went through this quite a bit earlier in the day. This bar right here, which is the trigger bar, exactly equaled the trigger. 66, 61.5. Now, I did go back and look at the trigger rule, which I had actually forgotten, because I thought I originally wrote it so that the high needed to be between the two trigger zone, within the trigger zone, not at or, not equal to or less or greater than. You got it? And I've obviously changed that to equal to. In other words, in this case, it would be greater than or equal to. And that is exactly right. So it did enter that trade. Now the problem is, or the problem, I don't know what the problem is, but that was not replicable in Bookmap because the trigger did not hit at all in the Bookmap. So that brings another complication into it for this concept of me manually entering the trades. I tend to think that the data and the charting is much more precise in IRT. I guess I could be wrong about that, but I think that it is. That's my feeling. I've always thought of it as the source of truth for my data. So it's pretty disappointing. I have to turn these levels back on, but that's easy to do somewhere. Inflation prices, boop, there we go. So there's the IB low, there's the trigger high, trigger low, pullback zone, continuation zone, here and here, right? And that trade was at, I forget what time, I don't remember what time it is now. It's at 10:55. So 10:55, let's have a look at this in detail here, huh? Maybe I'm more nuts than I suspect. You never know. So first thing you got to remember is this is the continuation zone high in here, and it's also the overnight volume point of control. So that's why it's a different color. By the way, if you're curious about these levels or anything, again, completely transparent, not hiding anything. It's behind a $10,000 paywall, but other than that, here they are. There's the levels, there's the prices, and I can tell you quickly what they are. Real simple. IB, and in this case, the low. Trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB low. The pullback zone is 3 to 5 points above the IB low, and the continuation zone is 3 to 5 points below the IB low. Simple as falling off a log. Same story for the upper, for the IB high. There you go. Merry Christmas. The secret sauce. Yeah, take care, Anton. Absolutely. Thank you for the participation and the camaraderie, man, and friendship. I appreciate it very much. Have a great weekend. Hope that Ukraine thing is not just smoke and mirrors. I hope something actually comes out of that to everybody's benefit, most importantly the Ukrainians. So back to the 10:55, huh? Well, there's 10:55. Now, what I determined earlier today, and I'll make this even bigger this way, so it's easier. So here's the continuation zone. What this trade would be referred to as the IB continuation trade. So price comes down here, it comes through the IB, that's A. Continues on to the continuation zone. What a clever name. I'm a real clever guy when it comes to, I named the rules A, B, and trigger. That was pretty imaginative. Huh? Anyway, so here we come. Price comes down, up, down, boom. The low is within the continuation zone, and I know that that's the rule. Doesn't have to close. Penetrates into the continuation zone. Then it pulls back and trades back to the trigger zone, which is hold on a minute here. The trigger zone is here and here, because there's the IB low. This is even worse than I thought. Let me see something here. The IB is 62, 61, 60. Yeah, sure as shit. That's 3, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. So there is, even though this is just the closing price, there's no freaking way that thing got up to this trigger zone. There you have it. And I think I know where that's coming from. I think I know the problem here, and I'll explain to you that, which is, since we're just killing time. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm busy babbling, and I didn't see the market on close and balance at 59. Well, there's actually a relatively more normal reaction to the market on close and balance. It used to be a big deal, frankly. It used to be a big pop. So, well, here we go. 1,397,000,000 sell side, S&P 500. 84 million sell NAS 100. Yeah, NAS 100. 434 million sell side Dow, and 244 million sell side Mag 7. $1,397,000,000 E-minis. Every time I see those billion numbers, I shake my head, at a $12.50 a pop, and retail people are all just absolutely sure somebody's hunting their 2-lot. I'm not sure why it put it out twice, to be honest with you. I see no difference or retraction. Looks like the same thing to me. Anyway, back to what I believe to be the root of all evil here with this thing. Oh no, this is not a back test. This is an actual trade. What I was going to say was, if we opened here in a back test, the back test engine in IRT, and in every back test, there's 2 different ways it can do. It can do replay, which takes a long time. It goes back to the beginning of the thing and it replays the chart, basically like Bookmap does. Or there's bar replay, and what happens is it looks at the open, high, low, and close of each bar. And if one of these rules happened in that bar, boom, it's a trigger. Doesn't mean that, for example, in this case, if the open, it could trade up to the trigger and then down to the continuation zone. Well, in reality, that's not true. In reality, what should happen is that this should be the bar that hits the trigger zone, right? Because the B signal is only because a bar goes into and penetrates the continuation zone. Clearly, that's not what happened. Clearly, and that's really irritating to me, because that should very definitely be the case. That's why I've got these in 30 seconds, to try to get them as small and as precise as I can. That's irritating. Well, we can look at Bookmap and we can see that that's not what happened. Or Bookmap's full of crap. That's, what? Or somebody's full of crap. Who, I don't know. But I want to get to the bottom of it. What I will do is, of course, I will replay both of these and see what actually happened. On the replay, of course, when you replay the day, it will just, run just like the regular. It is a tick recording, so that's okay. But this is really irritating. This one is really irritating. And we're going to close her down here in about 4 minutes. I guess it would be apropos that I put my usual spiel in here. But I do think this is really important. There's a couple things that are really important here. Number one, the most important critical piece of equipment you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And that's not euphemism, that's the truth. We spend hours and hundreds of dollars, sorting out monitors and racks and standing desks and trading systems and indicators and on and on and on. And then the market starts. And the purpose for all that equipment is to trade. The data starts, and what happens? Your eyes take in all that equipment, all that data. Your brain processes all that data, and you use that information to make financial decisions that affect you and your family. Now, if there's ever a description for the weakest link in the chain, there you go. Your one monitor can take a crap, you can switch to the other ones, etc. Your eyes take a dump, guess what? You have a big problem trading. So it's the most critical thing you've got to take care of is you. You need to be well rested, well hydrated, not on emotional tilt, be as fit as you can be, exercise, take breaks throughout the day and get away from the screens, go outside, peek over the neighbor's fence, take a walk down the street, whatever it is, so that you can soft focus off into the distance. All of that stuff is really, really important. And it's especially important in this environment because we're in probably one of the most highly competitive zero-sum games around. As I said, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up for a reason. All of this selling right here, somebody was on the other side of all of that buying. Remember that. Every trade you make, there's a counterparty that feels just as strongly as you do that the market's going to go the other way and wants it to. That's not the case in Forex. It's not the case in stocks. I don't know about options. I don't trade them. I don't think it is. So futures is unique in that I know of, as I know. And the other side of most of our trades are the most highly funded, organized, serious businesses in the world, making literally billions of dollars a day off of these markets. That means that every time they make $1 billion, that means a collective group of somebody lost $1 billion. They don't come in to get you. They don't come in to pick on anybody. They come in to be. They know very well that it's a zero-sum binary game, that there's a winner and loser on every trade, and their sole intent and focus is to be the winner. And you've got to be really on your A game. It's like an old pair of high-top Converse and some sloppy sweatpants, and you're going to march it, and you're going to mosey onto the floor and play hoops with Michael Jordan, or I don't even know the name of the current whiz-bang basketball player, but you get my point, It isn't gonna end well, probably. So, there's that. And there we go. 1,500, boys and girls. There is a cash close, and another week is in the bag. Much as I hate to admit it. And it's been 7 hours. And, yeah. There you go. Another thing that's important to think about that while I'm on this, got my soapbox out here quickly. I don't know that anybody's even listening, but anyhow, maybe somebody will in a recording. Futures and trading is, I don't know. Of course, I have no idea how you were raised or where you're from or anything else. Most people, myself included, were raised, with a work ethic and to expect day's pay for a day's wage, kind of, right? In other words, that there was a relationship between effort and reward that could not be further from the truth in futures or in trading. Some of the highest rewards are one trade a week that have been stocked for the proper trade. Now, there's a lot of work. The majority of the work that I do, for sure, and anybody else I know that's successful does, is behind the scenes in the study period, analyzing the trades, vetting the trades, vetting, all the stuff that goes on. The actual trading, the real work is to only be patient and only take the vetted setups that you have identified a positive expectancy for. That's, I believe, the Holy Grail. I know it's the Holy Grail. There you go. All right. Thanks a lot for coming by. Like, subscribe. I really appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Keep your eyes on this war and all this goofiness in Pakistan now, because that could have a huge outcome either way, right? Won't affect anything until Sunday, but if they come to some peace or something, Katie bar the door on Sunday night at 17:01. All right, have a great night. Have a lucky weekend. Do something fun, but safe.